All right, guys, we're gonna be starting in just a second. Got to get things going. I just noticed some things about the stream that I didn't know before, and this should actually take care of it. Hopefully, won't have as many problems this go round. And here we. Oh well, maybe not. Gotta figure that out. That's how we. All right. So here we go. This is what we got going on. Welcome to the party. It's your boy Mountain 10. We're back again for another day of Path of Exile. We got a lot of things going on. So, as you can tell, we have. What's up, Sarah Lee? How you doing? As you can tell, we have PoE up right now. And we're just doing like prep room work, nothing really big. Just some, just trying to get things done in a way that we can go ahead and continue and get ready for the PoE 3.27 league launch. One of the things that we've been doing the other day was we were sitting there just trying to go through going through a assassin build. And what we were doing is just kind of going through the assassin build, finding and identifying the things that we need to do to move forward with the assassin build so it's ready to go for when we start the league. Now, there have been some questionable decisions on my part on so the changes that they made to the assassin seem so good. They seem so good, but I found a problem. And the problem is crit capabilities. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it was going to be that much of a problem. So the assassin has always been a cast on crit type, or somebody that you can get crit on really easy, really fast. Okay. So the build that I have been running, the build that I was running, you get this crit, you get this crit capability, you go down here and grab this. That's your first configuration. Then you go across and you get your accuracy because you're needing accuracy. And then after you get that accuracy configuration in place, you were supposed to go down and get some more accuracy so you do not miss. Then you go ahead and grab some more crit chance. Then you go down here to get crit chance in here. Well, one of the things that you used to do in the assassin to get yourself as soon as the assassin comes up at 30, you would do ambush and assassinate, so you can guarantee crits, so that your crit can, you can get into your crit capability really quickly, and you can just go ahead and start doing damage. Well, that's going to change, and it's going to change because of the assassin modifications. They have made some modifications to the assassin, and those modifications to the assassin tree has been modified, and it will affect, let's just be honest, it will affect everything. So let's go ahead and look at Path of Exile real quick. So they kind of did explain some of the modifications that they did in the not this one. It did make those it's in the content thing. So the ascendancy changes. Look, there should be ascendancy right here. So they made some changes. Okay. So the changes that they made is they changed ambush and assassinate. They took ambush and assassinate off, right? And they put in its place knife in the back, and jugular. Okay, so I'm not. I have no problems with knife in the back and jugular. Those are actually, they look like they're pretty good skills, but we have problems with them because the um the issue that I have and the problems that I have is that the crit that used to come is going to disappear. So you used to so even if I go this route and I grab this knife in the back so that I can get the same crit capability that I got from ambush and assassinate, there are the other modifications will make it so that I'm not necessarily 100% crit capable as early. And it means I'm going to have to put more crit on my gear and things like that. Will I be able to get that 100% crit to be able to crit constantly? Just da 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 da. If am I going to be able to crit constantly? And I'm unsure. I won't know until we get into the league. So does that mean that I have the first thing I have to do is I have to get knife in the back to get that crit, then spec out of it later on to be able to do the things that I need, because you're going to want that toxic delivery. And then after the toxic delivery, you're going to want the notable infused toxins, which gives all damage from hits can poison. So that means every hit that you do becomes a poison hit. And that's a those are the things that are gonna be an interesting situation, and I don't know if it's gonna work out the way that we want it to work out. So this is where I'm gonna have problems. Got to try to figure out what's gonna happen. But currently, it has nothing to do with our leveling strategy at this time. We have to just kind of see what we're gonna do here and just go for our current leveling strategy and just
Theopolis Prison's a child's playhouse compared to this. They sure don't make them like they used to.
so what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue to just power through. So we're just gonna kind of go through, kind of run through. Do what we can to kind of get the damage output we need. So things that we have to take care of, things that we have to look at, is we're looking at trying to figure out the best output that we can do. Added code is one of the better outputs. We got Chance to Poison, Frost Bomb, and Chaos Spell Cascade. Frost Bomb, take that green out. Oops, sorry, leave that in right now. So right now, this is the better configuration that we can do. Freezing Pulse, we can go ahead and we're gonna have to add, change color, whatever we're gonna need for this one to give this Freezing Pulse a little added cold damage as well. So this actually goes on for level 8. We can do another purchase. And that should take care of some of the things that we're running into. Let's see here. That's added damage. It's just another thing that we need to pick up. So we picked up this. By picking that up, we do have some other things that we can actually get access to. Cool. Just in case. Now I gotta go kill. Ooh, I gotta go kill Brutus.
Hello.
Brutus. Brutus, you must die, Brutus. You must die, Brutus. You must die.
Farewell. What? Hello.
And what kind of things that we're going to be doing. Since we're doing cold damage and stuff like that, the things that we're going to look for always is going to be things that give us cold, added cold. Like this one gives us right here, added cold spells. Get 2 of those. That's actually nice. And we're going to look for other things that might give us a little bit of extra things that we need.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Hold up. Hold up. This is the right one. There we go. There we go. One of the things we're going to have to do is pull this from the front, put that in the back. Hold Pulse out. Hello. Not to what we need, people. Not to what we need. Gonna put freezing poles back in place. There. Now.
You sure you want to do this?
So we're gonna just try to continue to move forward. That's where we're gonna be. A little bit of a problem. That's where it's going to be a little bit of a problem. We're not getting exactly what we need color-wise. I'm going to cheat a little bit because I really want to go ahead and get make this a little easier on myself. Oh, there you go. I screwed up again. There you go. Screwed up one more time. Come on. That's it. There we go. Make this a little bit better on myself there. And we want to do the same thing here. Gotta give us a little bit extra oomph, a little extra damage. Might want to go ahead and do this.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Still alive, are we?
So we're just kind of going through, like I said, going through, kind of making our making our way through the campaign the best we can. I got a lot of those. Change colors. That'll work. There we go. That's the wrong one. Where is it? Go Cascade, Frost Bomb, that. Freezing Pulse, there. Oh, in the one. That's what I was looking for. Wrong spot. So this one, do that. So this is what we want. Frost Blink, added lightning, and added cold. That should give us a little poof when we run through things and stuff like that to do a little bit of damage. But I think we're gonna run into a couple of problems long term. But we'll see about that. Ooh, hold up. This I burned through a few of these when I shouldn't have. Let's go ahead and go back down here. Yeah, that's okay. It's not that bad, but it's not exactly what we're looking for.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
All right. So, as it stands, this might not work out.
Curious. It moves like a killer, yet reeks of fortitude.
Cross bomb does work. It does work out, but it's not working out as it used to. Eh. Yeah, I almost sneezed all y'all ears out. That would have been such a bad situation. Oh, so bad if I'd have sneezed like that. All y'all eardrums would have been blown up. Hey, what's up, Sarah Lane? As you can see, I'm trying to figure out the best way to level myself up here. I'm trying to get a good one where I don't have to actually do so many different changes. But I really can't find that nuanced awesomeness, and that's where my problem is I can't find that nuanced awesomeness. So finding a combination of things that would actually be awesome. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, I could do this. No, that ain't gonna work. I could do this. Nah, that ain't gonna work. So I've gone through like a lot of the skills from the start. You know, the things that would, the things I think will be really good. So I tried the ethereal knife configuration, and I was like, oh, that didn't. It died off before I was able to turn over to a new um before my cutover. So ethereal knife didn't work for me. I was like, okay, well, I never tried fireball because I was like, I really don't think fireball will be good over on that side of the tree. And I was like, hold up, spark. Spark might work, but there's just too much standing still casting spark for me. Freezing pulse, that's the one we're on right now. Lightning tendrils, I'll never do because oh boy, that can really get you killed. Rolling magma is always a good one. Tried rolling magma, didn't actually work out real well. I did prismatic burst with tying that with one of the other powers and saying, hey, we're gonna do prismatic burst uh attacks and stuff like that. Um so I tried that one. It didn't actually work out real well. Explosive trap, tried that one. Double strike and dual strike. I should have I'm trying to stay away from the strike skills because those don't really work out real well for me. Cross blades, they kind of did cross blades in because you have to hit to get the extra blades now. So I didn't want to do that one. Spectral throw, of course, it's always a good thing, but spectral. Split and arrow. I don't want to do arrows because it's a total different situation compared to what you're gonna need when you get for the cutover. Crossbolts is just like this. Blight, caustic arrow, iron. Then you got purifying, and then go through storm. I did storm blast mine. I tried Cobra Lash. I did the kinetic bolt, thinking, hey, let me do kinetic bolt all the way up until I get to what was it? I'm gonna do kinetic bolt. I was like, I'll do kinetic bolt all the way up until I get to the called it until I get the switch over. And then it worked. It made it all the way up to the switch over, but it just didn't actually work out the way that I wanted it to. So let me show you the difference between on the kinetic bolt side. Kinetic bolt side worked out pretty nice. It was probably one of the faster ones to get me up and everything. Then let's see here. Was there another hack configuration that I was looking at? I did something else and I don't remember what it was. Okay, so I did that. I did a bunch of different modifications to try to get it to work. Just doesn't work out as well as I wanted it to, right?
Just need a moment. Go on mine.
Yeah, that good combo is where it's gonna be. I mean, I could just accept the point in fact that you just gotta do what you gotta do to get where you need to be, but it is one of those.
Just means more places to stick a blade.
Persona. While we live, we are blessed.
Kill Brutus, and get access to Siphon, Withering, Whirling Blades, that, Unearth, Withering Step, Precision, Clarity, and Smoke Mine. So precision is always a good thing.
Stay sharp out there.
And then you want to go ahead and you want to purchase. Want to purchase the things like Vitality. Clarity. So I already picked up Vitality, didn't I? I didn't. Just sitting there. Vitality. And you want to pick up Clarity. These three are kind of like the standard standard. This is what I need to get. All right. Now, The things that we have to, do. Oh, pull kinetic bolt out. Let's pull this one out. Pull this one out. Okay. Let's put Frost Blink in it. Okay, we got Frost Blink. This. This is my Cobra Lash. Oh. Cobra Lash. And at the Cobra Lash. Oh, put that in there.
While we live, we are blessed.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of switching through the power to try to see if I can find something. Oh, that was Viper Strike. Ooh, that's not a good thing.
Low on mana.
My girl's a vegetable. She lives in a hospital. I'll buy her anything. Keep her alive. Oh yeah. Sorry about that. When I get stressed or I'm thinking real hard, I go back to military cadences in my head, and sometimes it does pop out into my brain, pop out of my mouth when I do it. I can't help it. It's just like, hey. Now, I will say that those cadences are no longer allowed in the military. We got to be more PC. We got to be more politically correct. That could offend some people. Those cadences could offend people. We don't want that. And offend people. Offending people is very bad in our current society. Offending people is one of the worst things you could possibly do. All right, let's sell some of this stuff. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. Ding. Put this in place.
God hasn't abandoned us.
When you have the option to not offend people, it seems silly to do it anyway. true. That's true. Kinda, you know. But what if you just don't care? What if being offensive just doesn't really calculate in your head? I mean, there are some people who are just so callous that they don't care. I mean, no. For me, I'm like, you know, you offend people, you're gonna offend people. The question is if you did it on purpose. If you didn't, um, that's what really matters. Are you doing it intentionally? You know, those type of things is actually what matters in my head. So,
Hello.
don't know how. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really don't. I really don't.
Goodbye.
Welcome. Farewell.
I'm going with a little cheat. I'm gonna go with a 3. Oh, see, but with this cheating, I'm not cheating too bad. I'm gonna keep myself to 3. To 3. So no matter what, I'm keeping myself to 3. No more than 3 links. And what I can currently purchase.
While we live, we are blessed.
Get this. Yeah.
You don't stand a chance.
Yeah, I think that's gonna probably be the best route.
I am so good at this. Just need a moment. I'm usually the one making the ghosts. Someone's been busy.
You're starving this morning? I know exactly what you mean by that. I've been hungry, but I just haven't been eating. I'm trying to keep my figure. Try not to get too fat. If I get too fat, my wife ain't gonna like me. All right, go back. Boom. 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 All right, so man, I'm sorry. She's helping you by eating your cereal. Oh my gosh, dude! The other day, this is what happened. This is what happened. She ate all the cereal in the house, right? And then when she ate all the cereal in the house, she decided, oh, it's time for me to go ahead and get some more cereal. And she's like, you need to buy some cereal. She gives me money. She does. She gives me her birthday money that she gets from her family. She gave birthday money to me and was like, go buy some cereal. I'm like, okay. So I went and I bought some cereal. And so out of the 6 boxes of cereal last week, how many boxes do you think we got left? She got up this morning. She was like, oh, I got to use the bathroom. She go use the bathroom. She went and got a box of cereal. Not a box, oh, a bowl of cereal. And then she ate it, and then she's like, I'm going back to bed. I'm like, really? It's like, this is how it is in my house. It's like, yeah, you're about right. It is back to it. And then last night before she went to bed, box of cereal. Or a bowl of cereal, sorry. Don't mean a box of cereal. Bowl of cereal. She ate the bowl of cereal and went back to bed. It was like, really? Sheepish, how's it going, Sheepish? How's it going? We're surviving right now. We're just kind of going through the different things, trying to make ourselves ready for the next league. We call this prep. This is prep for the next league. What we're doing is we're just kind of going through, trying to determine exactly what we're going to use to move forward. You know, what are we going to use to move forward so that we can get through the league? Oh, it's going to be so interesting. So I'm still going with the same thing. I'm going with an assassin build as my start. But I've been working through the assassin, trying to find the most efficient leveling strategy for me. Not for everybody else, for me. What's the best leveling strategy for me when I'm using while I, what is going to be the best strategy for me? So I've kind of figured it out on what I would like to do, but I can't seem to, how can I say, I can't seem to lock into the most efficient thing to be able to do. Let's put it, that's probably the best way for me to put it. Because I've got all these power. You got all these powers that you can play with, right? You got all these powers you can play with. Finding the best one for you that's going to work out for you is always the hard part. Because not everything is going to be the best way to level. So the problem with the current, hey, I got a Chaos Ore. 11, so that doesn't take me to where I need to be. So
This is not a challenge, but I welcome it nonetheless.
So my leveling strategy is kind of weak. Let's just be honest. My leveling strategy is kind of weak at this time. I'm still working on it. But the leveling strategy is, I mean, we're getting through things. I just want to get through things a little bit quicker. So on average, you want to kind of get at least, let's say, less than an hour per act. So if you can get yourself to around about 30 minutes an act, you're doing a really good pace. So that means you can get yourself through the entire campaign in approximately 7 to 8 hours, or well, 6-7 hours. Okay, and then you're into the end game and you're running the end game, right? So that's the strategy you're looking to do. That's the speed you're looking for. Getting that speed requires you to kind of have a strategy. A strategy of how to do it. So where everything falls apart is a lot of times you just can't find that. You got to get that strategy. Now, I could do it the slow way, which means I'm over an hour every it takes me an hour and a half, maybe an hour per act. Don't get me wrong. I could do that. Do I want to do that? No. But did I do that? Yes.
I almost feel sorry for you, Fairgraves. Fair.
All right, so hmm. Okay, so what we just did was just got ourselves into a position, I think, where we can do some things. So we're gonna move this out, switch out a kinetic bolt, and move into power siphon. We're gonna do power siphon. We're gonna do power siphon. We're gonna do chance to poison. We're gonna do added code. Now, one of the things that power siphon requires, and this is where a lot of people don't realize, power siphon is actually a really good spell, but you got to do some things with power siphon to get it to function. Well, not to get it to function great, to do a ton of damage. Okay, so we go here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and grab one of these extra ones here. So when you look at power siphon, what does power siphon say? Power siphon, hey, you're going to get extra things from different things, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to grab 12. This is a 15 spell damage. I'm going to sell all this other stuff because we really don't need any of it. We're gonna keep that. So you're gonna purchase these wands if you can. You're gonna purchase as many of the carved ones as you can, because they're gonna give you the most damage output. So you get 2 carved ones. Put those in place. Want to make sure your frost blink is in place.
Take care. What little help I can offer.
You want to sell an iron ring. Sell that. You want to sell your kinetic bolt because you ain't using it anymore. Make yourself another code. I'll throw the code rings in. You want to purchase any high level healing potions that you can get. And you want to purchase the highest level mana potions you can get.
Bye.
Clarity needs to be placed. Stay out.
Hello. Farewell.
So one of the things I need to look
The
at.
offer is yours.
Oh, sorry, had to snap my back, boy.
Take care.
The power siphon is the only way to go. Power siphon is the only way to go. Hold up. Root up. Yep. Go back. You got to do whatever you got to do to get the power siphon. And after you get the power siphon, I think we're we're gonna have to run Power Siphon for the rest until we can get to, till we get to where we need to be. So early on, you can use Freezing Pulse, something else, just kind of get the things. Then after you get the Power Siphon, it's gonna be, let's run Power Siphon.
You sure you want to do this?
Greater life lasts. So we're gonna. I think we got an idea of what we need to do. I'm so cold and lonely. Yeah, you would be cold and lonely hiding in a cave. Come on. There we go. Maryville, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ah. So Come on. Should be easy. Should be easy.
My first dance with the lady of
So
Pharmacy.
that
Let us out.
seems like that's gonna be the best route to go. The best route to go is gonna be that route. Take that, go straight down. Okay, so what I mean by that is Power Siphon is gonna be where we're gonna need to run to everything else past after we get out the first act. So the first thing we're gonna need to do is we're gonna have to go a couple of changes to the leveling strat.
Forest. Death has too many damn places to hide in fun.
Here we go. Now we go back to Act 1. Boop, 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 boop. Now, some of the things that we're going to be doing, just so you know, we go ahead and go through some of the stuff. We're going to look at two things
I thought
at the start. These are the two things we got to do. We're going to look at spells, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to go from there. So one of the things we can do is I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to go this route. We're going to go ahead and tell our tell people the first thing you're going to do is you're going to get Ethereal Knife. You're going to tie the Ethereal Knives to your chance to poison. That's going to give you a really good kind of damage output and everything like that. Next time you go talk to her, you're going to pick up Quicksilver. You're going to then pick up Spell Cascade and Frost Bomb, because I think that Frost Bomb is still a very effective thing. Not as effective for damage, but effective its capabilities while you're running through. And it is effective against bosses. Then you're gonna then you're gonna go ahead and Spell Cascade, and you're gonna put Spell Cascade in with your Frost Bombs, and so that's going to be a green. We're looking for green, blue, green, blue, green. So you're going to place the Spell Cascade in gear with Frost Bomb. That's a given. Tarkly, the next time you talk to Tarkly, you might as well pick up a Orb of Winter. You talk to him, get the Frost Blink. You're gonna get Nessa. You're gonna get the code, and the code one. We're gonna go ahead and say code is gonna go with current. It's gonna be code. You're gonna be like place in gear with Ethereal Knives and chance the poison. So it's gonna be a chance to poison, added cold, and ethereal knives initially. So that's gonna mean you're gonna have to have a green, green, green. Okay. Then what we're gonna want is a blue, green, green setup as well. Because as soon as we get to 12, you're gonna pick up 2 carved ones. And after you get the 2 carved ones, level 12, gear and gem change. So when we get to level 12, we're going to do a gear and gem change. So that gear and gem change is going to be is pretty important for us to move forward into Act 2 and things like that. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and you're going to purchase Power Siphon. You're going to put place Power Siphon, chance to poison, and added cool, into a blue, green, green item. So you're going to be putting Power Siphon, chance to poison, and added cold into a blue, green, green item, right? Then you're going to place Vitality, we're not going to place. You're going to insert Vitality into a red socket. You're going to insert Clarity into a blue socket. I'm going to insert Precision, there you go, into a green socket. We don't care where they go, just as long as you got them on. You know what I mean? So what we're trying to do, and what we're doing is we're getting all the things that we need in place, and that's pretty much what it is. So you're gonna be trying to get Precision, Clarity, Vitality. Don't care where it is, just throw it in there. We want it, right? And then after you do that, then we're gonna have to either continue with Frostblink or go with free at 12, and then I should put that in there as well. Level 12 option. Make sure that everybody knows this is optional. Purchase Flame Dash. Insert movement, teleporting movement skill into teleport movement skill into blue socket. So what we're doing is we're sitting there saying, I don't care which one it is, but you want either Flame Dash or you want Frost Blink into a movement socket. At 12, we're gonna re-gear everything. These are the things that you have to have. Okay. So that's what we're saying we're gonna do there. So that means so the gearing configuration at first is gonna be green, green, blue, green. Then we're looking for green, green, green. Then we're looking for blue, green, green. So those are the patterns that we're going to be looking for our gear, so that when we're going ahead and we're leveling, we're like, okay, I got to get that, I got to get that, I got to get that, you know, and you're able to pull those things in. And when you pull those things in, it's going to help us long term.
Be well.
And because we're doing physical damage, what I should do is I should say, which is going to make a difference, is that you want to have a rustic sash. So some of the gearing things that you might want to do is you want to have a rustic sash. So these are the rewards. These are the purchases. These are the things. Thing. Look for. Look. Things. Pick up. If. First thing we're going to do is we're going to say rustic sash. Iron rings. What other things do we need to look for? We need to look for iron rings, rustic sashes. Of course, you're going to be looking for your coloring for your gear. Life and mana potions. Life and mana potion upgrades. So that's what you look for. There we go. I think we got this. I think that works. And what we gotta do, so since we already picked all these things up, got things what we need, we'll go ahead and pull that one out. Put this one back in. And there's nothing.
Farewell. Quite.
So there we go. Now we're into Act 2. So Act 2 Act 2, what are the things that we need to look for? Let's go ahead and let's break this down. Things to look for is we always going to look for life and mana potion upgrades, but for link items, because we're going to make sure we get 4 link items, because we're into the area where, hey, if we find a 4 link item, hey, that's a 4 link item. Let's go ahead and get that. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing certain things to make ourselves clear a little bit. I'm full on going to my meta, my way through SSL. I'm full on going to my meta Assassin, ha 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 ha. What do you mean? You said you're gonna be doing minions. I'm doing assassin. Oh yeah, I'm doing assassin. I'm doing assassin. There are so many different things. Necro is less than assassin. Don't you mean Necro is greater than assassin? Because Necro and Guardian are going to be are some of the better ones to get yourself through the campaign and get to the end game. You can get into T16s pretty steadily with even with bad stuff. You can get into T16s steadily with a Necro or Guardian. So with a Necro or Guardian, you can get into maps pretty easily. With the Assassin, the Duelist, the Jug, all of the other ones, it just takes a little bit of time. All right, so this is what we're gonna be looking for. So we're gonna be things you can to pick up. We're gonna get the reward selection area. Get that ready. We're gonna get the purchase items if available thing. Get that area together. And then this one will determine at the end, but it's usually around about 19 or 20, I think. I'm sorry. Oh, never mind. So when we revamp gear, we usually I'm gonna say revamp gear is going to be around about 18, 19. And nah. Minions aren't cheating. You just got to know what you're doing. The minions fall off when you start to. The minions fall off when you start to get into talking about doing pinnacle bosses, things like that. That's where the minions fall off, unless you know where and what to do with minions at that point. Poison SRS Necro, more defense and offense, good through Ubers. The Necro is actually pretty good. Don't get me wrong. I just don't like the Necro. I like the Templar better than I like the Necro. That's all. That's just a personal preference. It's a personal preference. The Necro is great. You have a lot of things that you can do with the Necro you can't do with the Templar. So the Necro has the ability to what's it called? So there's a lot of things you can do with the Necro. So one, leech life from your pets. So your minions. Your minions do damage, you get life back. Okay, so you get some of that leech back. You need to make sure that you grab Insta Leech from the tree. So there's somewhere in the tree somewhere. Insta Leech, so you can actually get that leech back on a regular basis. Another thing that's really good about the Necro is the Necro has the ability to use Bone Offering, and when they use Bone Offering, you're getting block, and you're getting what's it? Bone Offering gives you block and something else. Spell block. Oh, max block without slove and using offering. You get like a 30% block automatically when that offering is up. So yes, there are things that you can do with that. But you can get max block with the you can get block and everything like that with the Templar too. It's just that you have to play a different style. Yes, 38 not count. Yeah, Bone Offering is like 30% something. 38 Mac 38 then. So I'm not saying that it's not a good way to go. I just prefer the Templar. It's just a personal preference for me. It's a personal preference for me versus going that route. You just gotta figure out which ones you want to go with. That's pretty much what it is. I personally like I said, I like the Templar. You know, the Templar is just one of the for me is one of the easier ones to deal with, and I enjoy the Templar. You still manning up, or are you going throwing? Nah, I'm not going hardcore. I'm not gonna go hardcore. If I did hardcore, I would do hardcore trade anyway. There's too many cool things that I want to try, and with an SSF configuration, I won't be able to try all the different caveats. There's a lot of things. There's way too many things I want to mess around with. Yep, corpse third confirmed. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but hey, I'm going softcore. I'm going softcore trade because I got to experiment. They've got the kinetic rain with wand skill thing. I gotta try it. I want to do it with a. I want to do that with a shadow and see exactly how it is. There's like new powers that they got put in place. The configurations just seem like there's a lot of different things that look like would be really cool if they work. I can't do experiments in hardcore. Sorry to say. That's one reason why I stayed in softcore for the longest, because experimentation in hardcore just doesn't work. Now I have to restart all over again. I'm not worried about that. I'm not really. I don't really. That doesn't make a better or exciting, a more exciting game for me. And I can still have those moments without actually having to be hardcore. I don't like dying. How are you going to get that dopamine rush? Every time I actually kill something and something drops and I like it, that's a dopamine rush. There's no, you know, being hardcore or being SSF doesn't change my dopamine rush. It doesn't. My dopamine rush is playing the game, figuring out how to get it to work. And if it works, my dopamine rush is a lot larger. If it doesn't work, oh, I get a sad face. But if it works, oh yeah, dopamine rush, yes. That's exactly how it is. So you get a dopamine rush a different way, perfectly fine. I get my dopamine rush from working and trying to work out ways to get this thing to work the way that I want it to. So for you, that works. Yeah, but you look at it a different way than I look at the game. You and Genkenstein, y'all run the game totally different than I do. I don't know how many times I've heard from you and Genkenstein, hey, you should run this meta build to get through. To get through to the end, you should run this meta build because you're not getting all the way to the end and doing this boss and running through the boss at such a fast rate. You should, you should run this meta build so it's easy. The easy part to me doesn't work. I have no fun from running it that way. Yeah, see and this is why you don't get a dopamine rush. You're like, I have to have the strongest build so I can run through this really easy and everything like that. But I don't get a dopamine rush if I do if I'm in softcore. I must go hardcore so that I can feel like there's a risk and a reason. Oh my gosh. No, I don't need that. Because guess what? If my build works, I'm happy. If I can get my build to do what I need to do, hey, the dopamine rush is there. If I'm sitting there and I beat the boss with a half the DPS that you beat him with, then guess what? I've got my dopamine rush. That's where this I gotta do the meta so that I can rush through the game and get to the end and do all the bosses really quickly. And why are you struggling, Malintent? Why are you struggling? Just go to this OP build and guess what? You get the same thing. You kill your own dopamine rush by saying, hey, I gotta have that meta and I gotta do this meta so I can race through everything and everything becomes really easy. That kills your dopamine right there. I'm sorry, but that's, I'm just calling it out. You might not believe it, but it's the truth. It's not that you play bad builds all the time. You just play things that interest you. You play things that interest you. Yeah. You can play, I mean, that's just up to you. For me, it's I play builds that interest me. Let's just be honest. I have a build that I have a particular power that I love. I can't play. I try it on a regular basis just to see if they fixed it or just in case I can get it to work this league. Oh, chain hook? Oh, don't get me started. I think chain hook is actually pretty good. I think chain hook is pretty good. Y'all don't understand how to use chain hook. Chain hook can be awesome. And you want to know why chain hook can be awesome? Can you, let's just, I want to try it. I haven't had a chance to try it yet, but there is a configuration that I think would work really well with Chain Hook. Chain Hook is not there for the damage. Chain Hook is just there to set up the damage.
Gardener clearing the weeds so that the crops may grow.
Okay, so Chain Hook cast on a crit assassin? No. No. It would have to be a Templar or a Juggernaut Marauder. And the reason why is the following. They added some skills. They added some really good skills. They added some thing called retaliation, right? And what does Chain Hook do? Drags things to you. Retaliation doesn't work until something hits you, right? So if I'm running through the map, pulling things to me, executing retaliations, destroying whatever's on the screen, keep rolling. I need things to come to me. I need things to try to hit me. Come here. And just boop, retaliation. Come here. Retaliation. Come here. Retaliation. I think it might work. I'm just saying. I don't need Chain Hook for damage. I need Chain Hook to go off, dragging things to me so when they hit me, I can retaliate. And then what I'm hearing, I thought I heard inside of the thing that they're going to be doing some modifications so you can use retaliation on a regular basis. So instead of waiting for me to block, waiting for this to block or whatever, I get a cooldown time for retaliation to go off. Chain hook, boom. And then just do, it's like a slam. It's slam, slam. It's a possibility. This is what gives me that dopamine rush. This is where you don't get the dopamine rush. I get the dopamine rush because I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna try it and be like, oh, it worked, yes. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, that's okay. I tried it. It was a fun play style. It was a non-fun play style. Things like that. This is all about for me. And so testing and all that other stuff in SSF just doesn't work for me. SSF is a very bad situation when you want to experiment. I get my dopamine rush from experimentation. Things dropping on the ground doesn't really matter to me. I actually find a particular item doesn't really matter to me. I can find the item and try to grind for the item, but then that's a grind. Then that's a situation of I've spent 10 hours and I can't find the item. I spent, 22 times going through the lab trying to get it to give me my gem that I want. That's not fun for me. Might be fun for you. In SSF, you might like, oh, yes, I finally got it. I got the dopamine rush from running the lab 22 times. It's not fun for me. I don't like the grind like that. Now, if it's like I gotta do the lab 22 times and I see a bar growing, and then as soon as I get to that 22nd time, I can go in and then I can go, I know I'm going to get whatever I want. To me, that's a different type of grind than, oh, I'm stuck with an RNG configuration that might give me something. It might not. That to me, it just doesn't work for me. Um, didn't I? So you go there, you go there. Hold up a second. Trying to get something real quick. There we go. There we go. So, what I'm doing right now is I'm just going to go ahead and take this one. I'm going to copy it. All this. 15. Level 13 plus. So, done. Plus that. What I got? This, that, to act. There, gear, manage, copy. There you go. That documentation. But
Low on mine.
so we got this. We're gonna go ahead and go back in. Sorry, gotta go. There we go. But yeah, we're gonna, we're gonna go the assassin route. Cause I was gonna do assassin hardcore, so you know, do the hardcore, but then I saw all the things that they're coming out with, and I'm like, oh, there's a bunch of new build configurations that can be done. There's some experimentation that really could be really fun. So because of that experimentation, I'm probably gonna be doing softcore. That the poison wand thing is gonna be huge. Poison wand is gonna be huge if we can get it to work. Oh my gosh.
Care to oblige me?
So those that don't know what I'm talking about, they came out with a kinetic wand thing, where kinetic wand, you got the kinetic wand, and it actually comes out. It actually does a rain and drops these little orbs on the ground, right? And most people, so let me explain something about kinetic. Kinetic is actual physical damage. And what is one of the big things about poison? Poison scales off of physical damage. What scales well off of physical damage.
Just need a moment.
So they had shown on the video the other day that they were like, hey, we're gonna make wands awesome. And since they decided they were gonna make wands awesome, they pretty much gave us the ability to have some pretty cool stuff. So first thing, reward selection is going to be Groose. And we're going to get Herald of Ice. Why not Herald of Agony? Because Herald of Ice is going to be much better long term.
Going.
So let's go ahead and go over to here. Let's go up here. Not that one. There we go. So the content reveal. Let's get that.
Also, your main.
Stop. Let's go. New support gems. Here we go. This one.
Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy. These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force.
So, What that means, and this is where these things come in and are really, really interesting. This kinetic force thing, so it rains down and it blows things up, but it also leaves this unstable energy. The unstable energy, let's just be honest, that's kinetic force. So if I have chance to poison a poison within this whole entire thing, right? So I got poison tied to this. What does that mean for me? That means I got all these things on the ground. They all can blow up and overlap. Which means that if I get a good configuration, I can't say that it's going to work, but hey, let's try it. If I could get a good poison stack or poison damage output from having the wand do this, and then boom, all those explosions do a really good poison stack. How many poison stacks can I overlap on some people? How many poison stacks can I actually get out? It's kind of like to me, it's kind of like blade fall, blade blast. You remember how blade fall, blade blast was so good back in the day? You could get, but the poison stacks, you could get that thing up to millions of points of damage in one fall. It's like one blade fall, boom, blow it up, and that's 2 million damage with poison, right? This won't be as good, but it could be real nice. And stacking poisons and getting poisons stacked all over the place and stuff like that. So I want to try it. I want to be like, hey, let's do this. Let's see what happens. And then get the poison to just kind of run through the situation. And so that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that to do, that's one build that I want to try. I want to try the kinetic rain, poison, kinetic rain, poison. That's what I want to do. So that's going to be an assassin, kinetic rain, poison. That's my first experimental. That will be my first experimental build for the league. My second experimental build for the league is
Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectile of wind and lightning where it lands.
not that one.
Lightning support will bring
This one.
attacking with
Not
kinetic
that one.
fusillade will create hovering orbs.
The
of
one
energy.
after this.
These linger for a few moments above you before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living lightning support
This
will
one.
bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease.
Elemental minions that zap through enemies with ease. I want a Templar. Right now I'm sitting there building a Templar that's just gonna be for this. And since it's elemental, oh my gosh. That might just be crazy. So these are the things that actually these type of things get my juices going. They get my brains going. It gets my brain like, oh yes, this is gonna be awesome. So if we sit there and let's just say we do Templar Guardian, you know the things we're gonna do. We're gonna go bam, we're going bam, we're going bam, we're going bam. I love those. I love that combo at this time. This is probably the most awesome combo for me. I think this combo is really good. Okay, and why do I think this combo is really good? Because I can get shrines automatic. And then you got your other guy, your RF minion that you're using. These will get you your hatred, anger, and wrath automatically. And then this is you get this for that extra spell block, and you get your spell block and your block configuration. So let's just go with that, right? So if we're going to be doing this, we got to figure out what type of thing. So let's just this is the prep room. So let's go ahead and get this prep room going. And let's see here. Gonna stop. We're gonna actually. I don't want people to be like, hey, sending me a message and not paying attention. All right, so inherited powers. All right, there we go. So the first thing we got to do is figure out what type of things we're going to be doing. So we know we're going to need to have ball lightning. Because ball lightning, to me, is a great thing. So ball lightning. We're going to want to do ball lightning. We're going to do unleash. Because I want to be able to throw multiple ball lightnings while I'm going and moving. And then we're going to be, then I would sit there and say, okay, let's go ahead and do the damage output for ball lightning. Let's get that ball lightning as much damage as possible. So we're going to be not full DPS. We're going to be looking for, I'd say look for hit DPS and go lightning penetration. Let's get rid of the awakened gems because I don't like building with awakened gems. Let's go with culling strike. Let's do with added lightning damage. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leave a slot open for that minion configuration. And this might change depending upon how that minion gem works. Because the minion gem, if that minion support gem can be supported by other things, that would be awesome. But most likely it's not. Okay? And the reason why I say that is because if it is like the summon phantasm, you don't really support summon phantasm with other things. So let me show you. Well, let's do that. Let's just put summon phantasm in place there. So unleash, lightning, culling, added lightning. All it doesn't actually support summon phantasm. So when we go in here and we look, summon phantasm supports the ball lightning. So I believe this is just the way that I believe this is going to work. It's going to work the same way. It's going to make a minion, and that minion will take some of those things, but it doesn't support the minion automatically. So it's like like if I was sitting there and I was like, hey, I want to do summon phantasm. There is nothing that pops up except for maybe minion speed and some other stuff. Now that might be something we need to do. I don't know yet. I'm going to go with this configuration saying, hey, there's a 6-link lightning boss. And it's basically based off of ball lightning. Let's just call that. It's based off of ball lightning. Unleash might not be the way to go. The reason why is because I might just need to throw one ball lightning out there and it generates multiple of the lightning guys. I don't know exactly how that functions. So I might have multiple things that are just useless in there. But that, let's just say that is damage. That is damage. Now, what other things do we want? Okay, so let's say we want raise Spectre. So we're going to want Spectres, right? Because there are some Spectres out there that do lightning damage and do lightning things. So let's go ahead and look for So there is something called a wretched defiler. I think that's what it's called. So let's go over here to raise specter, manage. Let's see. Wretched defiler. Wretched defiler. There you go. So it has a lightning projectile. Right? So let's see what this other things we can let's see what this thing does. Okay? So there might be a better one, but let's go to POEDB. POE. There we go. Come on. There we go. A wretched defiler. There we go. So the wretched defiler has a revenant boss spell, lightning. Go. Fire 9 projectiles in a spiral. Might be worth it. It can be specterized. A ranged attack, man, blah blah. So the wretched defiler seems like it might actually be interesting. But that's because it has a lightning damage, right? So if we're going to be doing that, and see, this is where always it comes into account that you might want to go ahead and look at certain things. But this is what I mean. So we sit there and we do the wretched defilers as a lightning projectile, right? And that lightning projectile is going to do so much damage, or do a particular amount of damage, right? The default attack does, a little bit, but the lightning projectile is what we're looking for. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to go ahead and go with a 6-link. We're going to say 6-link both 6-link the lightning damage thing, and lightning, the new lightning minion, and the 6-link this thing. And then we're going to go ahead and go with the other things that we normally do to keep ourselves alive. Okay? So the things that we're going to do to keep ourselves alive: automation, molten shell, because we're on this side of the tree, more duration, and then we're gonna go phase run. Okay, because we're on the left side of the tree, I usually use molten shell because it's usually better than using steel skin on the left side of the tree. What other things that we're going to be doing? We got to do another one, which is going to be Carrion Golem. We're going to be doing Animated Weapon, or Animated Guardian, sorry. Meat Shield, and Life. Minion Life. That will give us the ability to have enhanced damage. So let's go ahead and say that goes in the helmet. Let's say this one goes in our gloves. So we got 2 4s already taken. What other things are we going to be needing? Oh, well, let's go ahead and let's just be honest. We're going to need determination. Determination. We're going to need something else. What other things are we going to need? We're going to need... Oh, all right. Let's go ahead and pull that back. This is not going to be, we're not going to use phase run because we can't use phase run. We're going to have to use convocation. That's going to be determination. We're going to have to do these manually, most likely. Desecrate. Flesh offering. We could do that. Or what we can do is say we're just going to look for the Queen of Hunger. We're going to look for the Queen of Hunger so we can go ahead and just always get some type of offering off. We're not going to physically do it ourselves. We're just going to do that. Okay. So what we're going to do then is we're going to go ahead and Tempest Shield so we can get spell blocked. And that's if we decide to go with a shield. We're probably not going to go with a shield because we're going 2/6 links, right? We're going to go with a staff, so we can't do that. What are the other things that we normally do to keep ourselves alive? We can do this one. And the reason why we can do that one is because we're going to be casting ball lightning on a pretty periodic basis. So we will kill something every so often, which could force the purity of Herald of Purity to pop up. It's a questionable, but that's one of the things that we need to test out and see. But there's some things that we still need to do to make ourselves functional. So one of the things that we're going to probably do is we can do this one, Feeding Frenzy. And then after Feeding Frenzy, we're going to go ahead and throw something else out there. So most likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Raise Zombie, Feeding Frenzy, and then Life. And the reason why I would do that is so my zombies stay alive and the Feeding Frenzy, and they actually will execute Feeding Frenzy. Now, what kind of damage output am I going to get for that? I have no clue. I have no clue. All right. Now, one of the things, like I said, that this is just me sitting there saying, "Hey, I think this will be awesome." Don't know if it is. But let's go ahead and go through the process of making minions. Most likely we're going to go with a staff. That right. So that right there gets us a calculation of 201. Minion damage, etc. Minions don't miss now. Don't forget that. Minions will not miss. They automatically hit. That's a great thing. Makes things easier. All right? So, go this route. Pick that up like that. We might actually go down to here and get some things like, this gives our minions chaos resistance now. We'd be going down here, over here like that. This is like if you got a shield. This one is if you got a staff. And then if you do cast a spell recently, so that right there is pretty much a basic configuration without getting any gems or doing any other things, etc. This is what I would probably do for the testing of a I'm gonna call this lightning minion. We got to look at the gems though. When the gems come out, we'll see if this is even viable or not. But that's what I would do for that, because it seems like it could be a real awesome configuration, a real awesome build to have. But we just need to kind of figure out now. The 6-link we might actually change a few things on the 6-link. We might not do a 6-link staff. We might actually go back to shield and see if we can get a squire. You can get a squire and it work with a squire, and hey, this might be, this is the way to go. But we got to figure it out. And so if we do a squire, we could actually really get some good stuff with it. Because this is what I would do. This is let's just break it down. If I'm going to say I got money, or I'm going to be able to say I got the ability to get a squire, right? I would do something like this. But ball lightning, okay, let's just go ahead and break this down. Do this one, say ball lightning right here. Ball lightning, put that in weapon slot 1, right? And then what I would do is I would do the following. I'd get one of these Bitter Dreams, throw that in the primary slot. Squire, throw that in the secondary slot right there like that. That way, I can have Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning would be supported by all of those. Bone Chill, Hypothermia, Ice Bite, Cold Penetration, Added Cold, Inspiration. The other gems that I would, and then I would have another 5 gems to use. 3 from the Squire, 2 more from within the scepter. And I would put the lightning thing in the scepter, etc., so that the lightning minion would be supported by all of those things, hopefully. Depending on how it picks up, it should be supported by all those things. And my lightning minion would be like having cold capabilities, increased cold damage, and all that other stuff from just having it in the Bitter Dream. Then you add on the Squire support. And the Squire supports would be something like, hey, minion damage increase, minion speed, or something else, some of those things that would enhance minion damage or whatever. A Predator, so we put Predator in there. We put Feeding Frenzy in there, and I wouldn't have to have Feeding Frenzy on my raised zombies. And then what happens is every time I throw Ball Lightning out there, that makes those minions will be way strong, depending on how that gem comes. I'm excited to find out how that gem actually functions. They said minion, and that makes me think like a Summon Phantasm. And if I can get that into a Bitter Dream and a Squire, the damage output could be huge. But this is the type of stuff that actually, made me think, what, is this going to be something that's going to be worth something? I have no clue. But this is my let me see if it works type, situation. Things that we would need to do to get this build off the ground would be that. We also need to do this, because one of the things that we would do is add in one of these. Change that to a 25. Full if possible. Vicious bite. Let's just go ahead and do that. Up on that one. There we go. 360. And that's just me kind of saying, hey, this is the kind of thing that I plan on doing. But this is like I said, this is going to be one of those ones where we have to kind of figure out exactly what we're going to be doing. There are some seriously good combinations that I think we can get, and we haven't even looked at all the bloodlines. I mean, all the bloodline modifications could make it even better. But this is what I would do. I would do something like this, go this route. If it worked right, I'll do the Bitter Dream and Squire, and then that would give me like a huge lightning. So when those lightning minions do come out, those lightning minions could be really strong. It just depends on how it gets supported, if it can be supported, what things is going to tie to it, what won't tie to it. Is it going to work like a Summon Phantasm? Is it going to work like a not a Summon Phantasm? Because let's just be honest. If I do Summon Phantasm here like this, when we go in here, we look at our calculations. Let's go over here. Where is it? Oh, like. See my Summon Phantasm, that's Ball Lightning there. Oh. See the Summon Phantasm gets added cold and Ice Bite. So if the lightning thing does the same thing, picks up the enhancements, it could be really strong as well. And then and don't forget, I'm just messing around right now, but we got to get this up to around about 500. 500 plus, always 500 plus. And then we can go ahead and we can do lots of things. But GGG could actually come back out and say, hey, this only works this way. And then it's one of those situations where we're just sitting there going, why GGG? Why? And we don't understand. And it's just like, But if we can get it to work right, oh well. And then if it doesn't work. or it's a situation where we're going to be working and we're going to try to put the build together and then that's a failure. We don't know yet. So this is like the prep room here is just all about what kind of things can we think of? What kind of things can we think of that would be really good to test, try, and play? So we already know that I'm going to be testing the rain. I'm going to be testing the rain. I'm going to be testing this.
Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic instability is a support.
The tornado does seem cool. It does. I don't think I want to play it. I think this would actually be interesting.
To go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that kinetic rain creates.
Kinetic rain creates those shimmering bolts, right? So my question is,
one might ponder just how many orbs you can.
It seems like you could probably throw it on with this. Support kinetic rain with the thing that makes more of those orbs on the ground, and then make it so that it does nothing but poison drop. Oh my gosh, this could be. Oh, I can't wait to try.
Can create if you were to use both. In 327,
yeah. Yes, it's about to be Orb City. That is, like I said, that's going to be the first test. Our first test build will be an assassin kinetic rain supported with the little other burst things poison build. I just feel that that's going to be so crucial. I think that's going to be the meta build. That's going to be that's going to be my meta build. It's going to be the build that everybody's going to be like, "Ooh, this is awesome." And somebody like Ziz or somebody else is going to be like, "Yeah, this is so cool. I'm going to make it into a really good build." Could be crazy for bosses. Can stockpile a million orbs on the ground. Yep. So this is my question, and this is my question on the build, right? Well, it's not on the build. The question on the power. So if I do kinetic rain, they were talking about using kinetic rain and it area of effect, etc. for it. Multiple projectiles in area of effect, right? Should spread it out and you get all these different rain, right? Is that better than using concentrated effect, bringing all of it as close as possible? Do I want more spread or do I want to drag it in? Because if you drag it in, that means more overlap. Boom, 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 boom. They're hitting next to each other and it gives more overlap, which would be better for single target damage. Or should you really be looking at, okay, well, if I'm going to go for clear, So I want it to be as spread as possible so I can hit as many things on the screen and kind of do clear that away, because it could go either way. I don't know if I'm explaining myself, because going against bosses, like you said, stack multiple orbs would be like the way to go. Because I see it both ways. And what I mean by that is I see it where
Your trouble. Low on mana. All that flashy sword swinging when all you need is
one good stab. But those are the type of things that kind of just make me go, here's what I'm gonna do. Let's see what all we did yet is gonna do. His build's not gonna be too exciting. It's just a standard build. Bam. It's rocking almost 5 million points of DPS. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mapping gear. There we go. All right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, all of that's easy to get in SSF. Yep, you're right. Not a problem. I ain't got nothing to say, dude. I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got nothing to say. That's hey, that's that's gonna be interesting. That's all I can say. The skepticism is real. Yes, the skepticism is real. You might be able to do it because you like crafting. So I'm not gonna rain on your parade. Not a problem. Not a problem. I just, there are some things in there that I kind of don't think that you think. I don't think that you realize is a little bit harder to get than you expect. Drop your DPS by about a mil. That's just. I'm just no cap. No cap.
Stop the cap.
You need to drop your DPS by about a mil. That'll be about where you're gonna be. Because some of the stuff that they have in there it's not easy to make. You think it's easy to make, but it's not easy to make. It's gonna be a lot of work to get certain things. No, not the Jinx Juju. That's the easy one. The Jinx Juju. I'm not talking about that. Sounds like Cap. Okay. How easy do you think it is to make this doggone Ghastly Eye Jewel? I've been playing Minions for a while. How easy do you think it is to make that Ghastly Eye Jewel? I'm not worried about the wand, dude. Look, you're acting like the wand is the big deal. The wand is a simple wand. That is a simple wand to do. You can get that with a lot of just back and forth with alternates and alterations and just doing that on a regular basis. That's not a problem. The wand is the easy one. The wand is the easy one. You think the wand is the big problem. The wand is not a problem. The wand is easy. This is harder than you think. That is harder than you think. Your ghastly eye jewels are harder than you think it is to create. And so when you take off some of these ghastly eye jewels, what did I say? Drop it by a mil. You can doubt me if you want. Passive tree level 90. What is it? Oh, sorry. Okay, so the level 90 tree. 2.5 million is about right. No, that's about right. 2.5 million is about right. This is easy to make. 2.5 million is easy to make. In a minion build, you should be able to do 2.5 million. Back to the items page. Yep. 2.5 million is easy, is about right. That's about what you're gonna do. That's standard. If you got a good build, a good minion build, you can get about 2.5 million. There's no jewels in this build. If you go map and gear and you go to level 90 level 93 points, I don't see it. That's level 73. You said go to level tree 90. It takes level tree 90 takes out all of these and does not have any of the probably the jewel sockets in place for ghastly eye jewels. What I was saying with this particular build and the configuration that you were doing, when you look at this and you look at the end and you look at those ghastly eye jewels are a lot harder to make. Yeah, so there's no in-game jewels when you go to, if you go down to 70, 90, like you said, there is no in-game jewels. And your DPS, if you go back to your leveling gear, and you go back to the leveling gear, like you said, mapping gear hybrid, you're going to be about 2.5 million. Yes, I was laughing at the in-game jewels because you said you were going to do 4 million points of damage. That came out of your mouth. Roll back and roll back. Roll back. You said 4 million points of damage. And I was like, there's no way. With hybrid gear and the level 90 tree, you're 2 million points of damage, not 4. Okay. All right. All right. Not a problem. Hey, I got you. Woo! Swap void manipulation. Skills. Pull out void. Chance to poison. Full DPS. You're saying it's gonna be this. 4 million points of damage. It ain't gonna work. You wanna know why? And hey, you wanna put money on it? What is that? What is in the configuration pile? What is in your configuration? Your animated guardian. Oh, no. Look, hey, you can look at that number, but let's go ahead and pull out your animated guardian. Because what you have in the animated guardian configuration is specific gear configuration with specific ball orb configurations that's going to get you the extra curse, which is going to get you the other things, which will get you that number. Because you're going to have to vol specifically to get the temporary curse. You're going to have to get a piece of gear that gives you an additional curse to be able to put on that on him. So you're looking for 2 pieces of gear that's really hard to get it to that. The gear configuration is hard. This gear configuration is hard. It's not as easy as it sounds. So when you start taking out some of the, leave that one because those 2 stay. That's not a problem. Take this one out. Take these things out like that. Take this one out because that's a piece of gear. That's a specific piece of gear. These 2, I think, are the Lear. One of them is like a Lear cast, and the other one's the other thing. When you take those things out, it makes it's going to change a lot of different things. Because that number Judgment Spirit, Spectre, and then let's go ahead and break this down. And then take that out. Your minions that you're looking for are specific perfects. So that means you're going to have to do ritual over and over again to find those particular minions. And those are 3 perfect minions that you got to get. So when you go to maps, like you said, you're going to be doing 4 million points of damage for maps. I'll have almost all this good and I'll be in maps and running 4 million points of damage. No. It's not as easy as you think. It's not as easy as you think. I've been running. Hey, and then you're saying you're doing it on SSF too? Just like you sit there and you say, hey, I don't want to do uniques inside of an SSF build because it's hard to get. You're doing almost unique items just to get that 4 million points of damage. If you take out the perfects, because you're saying you're doing perfect raised specter items, 3 of them. So that means you got to do ritual and just constantly do ritual until you can get those perfects to drop. And then now you got them as specters. And yes, that will increase your damage, but that means you're going to have to hammer at ritual over and over again to get those perfect specters. Okay? So you've got to do that. You got to run ritual until you can get the perfect specters. You've got to go through and get corrupt gloves until you can get what you need for the temporal chains to go on it. You're going to have to get the windscreen boots, because I think it's windscreen boots, to get the configuration so that you can add that to your animated guardian, so you can have an additional curse that you can utilize and all that. That's not as easy as you think it is. It's even easier than I think. Oh, okay. All right. I disagree. I disagree. Because you're going to have to run through, like I said, you're going to have to run through ritual until you can get 3 perfects. Those perfects that you're looking to get. Those utility minions, you're going to get a perfect Juggernaut Spirit. You're going to be going for a perfect hulking Miscreant. And you're going to do for a perfect Forest Warrior. Now, with those 3 things added, way easier than I'm thinking. So you're saying go through and change the skill gems of this to change it from here. We're going to take this gem out. We're going to do Summon Raging Spirits of Enormity. Summon Raging Spirits of Enormity. And what else you said? Single target gem, swap with minion instability and SRS of enormity. Where's okay, so you're gonna do that, and then what you're gonna do? You're going for. You're gonna grab that minion instability. Then you want to go back over here and add the explosion, right? Where's the explosion? Hold up. The explosion here? And then you got the minions. So there you go. So you're saying, what else do I got to change? And you got to change this because this is not exactly right. Because you're gonna have pull that out. That ain't even gonna work. Where you getting your withering stacks from? Hold on, let's make sure you got your withering stacks. Got the flesh, blah, that. You get that from the tree because you get the unearth or whatever you want, not unearth, unholy. Two-step swap says different. Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. You can do mass amounts of damage with this. Don't get me wrong. Hey, look, I stop at about 3 or 4 mil. And I stop at 3 or 4 mil because it becomes a grind to get the other pieces of gear that I need to go above it. Sometimes I stop at about 2 mil, 3 mil. And the reason why is because it takes a lot of time to get the rest of the pieces of gear, or I have to buy the pieces of gear to go ahead and go up. And I'm not spending money on gear because I spend money on other things. Literally YouTube volatile SRS of enormity. I'm not making all those videos. I'm not linking all those videos. Hundreds, if not thousands of videos with POBs. Yes, I'm not saying it's not possible. I never said it wasn't possible. Are we dead yet? Never said that. What I said was you need to be careful about these POB warriors. Because a lot of them have been, yes, they get those things, they get them to the point. POB numbers aren't reliable at all for minions and definitely not minion instability. They can be. You have to do certain things to do it right. So with POB, with the POB warriors, what you got to do is you got to copy this. You have to put it in, and you have to change it to say minion instability. Then you take it and add it to the full DPS, and you put it as the minion instability piece. And then what happens is then you'll have Raging Spirits, minion instability pop up on the list, and then you do the other one as the regular DPS. Is it not? Yes, it's not possible by maps. I don't think it's possible by maps. You can get the maps and be doing about 1 to 2 mil. That's possible easy. Getting up past 2 million, that's when it starts. That's when you have to start looking for specific pieces of gear, specific things to raise your DPS higher. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can get the maps, not a problem. But when you're talking about doing 4 million points of DPS by the time you get the maps, that's where I'm like, that's not really gonna, no. That's not really gonna happen. You lost 2 million points of damage just by taking off the perfect raised specters. And then let's just be honest. By the time you get the maps, you only have 2 specters. You usually don't have 3 specters. Because then, how are you getting? Let's right here. That's how you're getting the 3rd specter anyway. You gotta be in maps, or you're gonna have to do blight like crazy somehow while you're leveling, just to get the 3rd specter slot. I'm just saying. I mean, I like how you're happy about minions. And don't get me wrong, I like how you're happy about minions. But most of the time, when you hit maps, you'll be doing about 1 million, maybe 2. Maybe 2. And it all depends on what pieces of gear you get. It depends on what pieces of gear you get, because you're going to have, so like you said, you're not going to have Darkness Enthroned. So let's just go back. Don't save. New. Import. Convert them all to 2.6. Go to 90. Let's get rid of the craziness, which is this. Let's go ahead and get rid of the craziness, which is this. Let's go ahead and, oh, sorry, that's incorrect. Got to go back. Okay, sorry, there. And let's go ahead and get rid of the darkness enthroned, which is that. And then let's go ahead and pull out the craziness here. Because you won't have this all by the time you get the maps. Let's pull all that out. That. This stays because you're on Holy Might. Now, by the time you get the maps, I got a question. Are you going to be having this? You should. This two, these two, and those. So that should be good. That's disabled because you're not going to have that. You're going to be changing. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. If you know how to craft, if you're crafting and you're able to get the things that you need, all of these are actually capable. Shoot, I make my builds and I stop at the okay, you're gonna have to start making mirror tier type gear. I stop at the I need to have these particular things on a particular piece of gear to make it go happen. Yeah, because the key thing that I want you to be aware of is a lot of that stuff. It seems like it's really possible, and it is, but it's a lot harder to do. I've actually done Abyss, where I've done Abyss, and I'm getting ghastly eye jewels on a regular basis, and I have had none. I said I was not going to buy a ghastly eye jewel, and I've been doing nothing but crafting to try to get the specific configuration that gives me the minion recently, the chaos damage or the chaos or physical damage, and then give me the other piece, the other thing to get the damage output that makes it so awesome. And it's like, still can't get it. And I'm burning through a ton of doggone mats just to try to get it. Here's a tough one, or I want to run by you. Okay, run it. Now, hey, and are we dead yet? Just a FYI. Even if you decide you're going to be doing the Summon Raging Spirits and you don't get the 4 million and you only are able to get 1 million, do not get me wrong. It still will feel good. What if I run Shaula in the Breach League until I get Severed in Sleep? Then I get Weathered on Hit for SRS for free. You already get it. Don't worry about that. You don't have to worry. The United Dream is going to be a good thing, but you don't have to worry about that. You missed one of the things. That's why I asked where you were getting Wither from, and then I was like, oh, you're doing Necromancer. So let me explain the reason why. PoE Wiki. You already get it. Okay, don't worry about that. So this is why. 25% chance to wither on hit. You remember I said that you were going to get it? When we were talking and we were looking at your build, I was like, where are you getting withered? And then I was like, oh, never mind. You're a necromancer. Here is where you get it. You're going to automatically have unholy might, which means that and because you have so many, if you do enormity, it's going to be slower. Hey, what's up, John? But it's going to be slower if you do enormity because you only got 6 of them. But if you got the 20, you guaranteed to get that 15 pretty quickly. 15 stacks of wither can be pretty easy when you got 15. And the reason why is because when you look at how fast you attack, you're doing 3. It's like 3 of 3. It's like usually like 3 attacks or 4 attacks a second. No, I never played League of Legends. I don't play League of Legends. I just don't. I don't know. I played it for a little while, but I just don't. It doesn't give me as much fun as ARPGs, turn-based strategy games, things like that. It's a cursed game. I can understand that, but see, but this is where you're going to get that wither stack from. Are we dead yet? Not having United Dream is not bad, but what the United Dream will give you is 100% chance for you to poison. It'll get your poison up so that you actually can get poison on a regular basis without having to stack up other things, which is going to be hard also for certain things. Is my main game. By the way, where are you from? Oh, I'm actually from North Carolina. I don't live there right now, but that's where I'm from. Yeah, oh, you're going to do some yard work, small engine repair. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Nice to meet you. Oh, it's nice to meet you. Hey, from the UK. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But yeah, so are we dead yet? Before you go, understand, I'm not saying that you aren't going to enjoy and you're not going to do a good amount of damage. What I'm saying is the idea of doing 4 million before you hit maps is crazy. If you want, can I ask you something? Yeah, you can ask me something. If you're asking me if I need any artwork or icons or anything like that for my stream, not going to buy anything. You can send me a link to your what you want to call it, your Etsy or your web page where you sell your services, and if I get that from you, then what I can do is I can start a timer that will go off every 90 minutes. That will sit there and it'll put the link in the chat for you. And then anybody who wants graphics can actually look at it. But I'm going to tell you right now, I don't do this for a living. I'm not trying to make money off of it. So, not going to do it. Just an FYI, just in case, just in case you want to ask those questions. Now this one. So this is like some of the things, like I was arguing with Are You Dead Yet, right? About what he was looking for to put on his jewels. These right here are hard enough to make. I'm probably never going to get these in that fashion, but these are hard enough to make already. And this is just for my build. I'm shooting for these to create these if possible. Buy them if need be, but shoot to create these for my SRS build. And these I'm like, that's going to be hard. And these are the bone rings, Jinx Juju, some gloves, bone helm. And this is even harder to get. This wand, I've made this wand multiple times, but this wand is harder to make than the one that he had. So the one he had in his build was a lot cheaper. And what I mean by that is not that it was a worse one. It's easier to make. Okay? So you go through, you alternate until you can get the minion. Bing. Then after that you augment, and you're augmenting for the minion, the increased damage. It doesn't come. You try it again. You try it again. You try it again. And then bam, you'll get those two, and then you regal it. And you hope when you regal it, you get the attack speed, the attack and cast speed. Now, normally what I do is I'll get the first two, and then I won't get the minion attack speed, and I'll get something else on the wand, and then I'll just be like, it's okay. I'm going to continue to use the wand and have another convoking wand that I'm actually working on. And I'm constantly working on that convoking wand when I feel like it, because I really hate just sitting there just going, I rolled over it. Oh man, I didn't get it. You know, that dopamine rush, me sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour trying to get something to craft, is not a dopamine rush to me. It's I'm tired of this crap. I don't understand why it's not working. But so that's my SRS build. And I'm not even, doing too much with the SRS. I'm not even trying to do poison. I'm not trying to do anything. It's just, hey, this is a basic SRS run with basic SRS to do damage. That's it. And I got it at 3.5 mil. And that's with just going and doing the normal things. You should be able to get that into you should be able to do that in maps. Let's just put it like that. Then my Cyclone Summoner, which the Cyclone Summoner is only going to do 2.8 million. It's only going to do 2.8 million. And the reason why it's only going to do 2.8 million is because Arena Master and the Pale Seraphim, that's easy to get. No problem. That's the easy ones. I don't have any special guys in place. And then if you look, all I got is, this is the hard one to get. You can apply additional curse, and the curse with temporal things, that actually is the hard one to get. It's not going to apply here, and I don't try to apply it, because if I do, it's going to raise the DPS, but if I get it, that'll be great. But the way this goes, it's going to be more damage actually for me. And the reason why it's going to be damage for me is because of how they calculate stuff. So that's 5 stacks. That's 5 stacks that of poison you can get on it. The damage per poison is 49. Okay? where the discrepancy comes in place is how many stacks will pop up. So like this is inactive jewels. It says inactive jewels is chance to poison, unbound, and etc. And the reason why is because I've actually done that because I wanted to. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The lesser when you go and you do the triggered, where's the triggered? Triggered phantasms, it's not going to take chance to poison and or unbound. It says that it does not actually take it. Okay? Now, that is kind of an incorrect information. So greater multiple projectiles, etc. So it's not going to do chance to poison. And the reason why is because of the way that it actually kind of tallies things a little bit different. So does my minions have unholy might? Yes, it has unholy might, but the unholy might isn't going to really do anything too much other than give me more poison damage. Well, more physical damage or more poison damage. And then you got this, and you got this little 6. So this is from Withering Step. If I can get this or this, my damage would go up. But the way it goes right now, this is probably the best output that I can get without some investment. This right here doesn't affect any of the damage that I'm actually showing on the screen. But this is the build that I will be running. Now I did not even add an anointment in because the anointments that I would use is not going to be won't be there. So let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's change this to poison DPS, show the report, and let it calculate. So what I'm trying to do is I'm having to try to calculate up the DPS, how to get DPS for this particular thing from the tree. I could just say do hit DPS. Maybe it'll do better. Come on. Well, either way it goes, most likely I gotta go grab a different node to make this make this do more damage. And so I know I know I will need to do that. I just don't necessarily have that at this time. Now, this is one of my standard builds. I've run this build probably so many times, and it's crazy how many times I've run this build. Now there will be some changes that we're going to have to do for this build that I think will be better, and we will see, because right now we got some other things that are going to be real nice to have. And so some of the things that we're going to be probably changing, we're probably going to pull these 3 nodes out right there. And we're going to probably go add in a medium cluster. Change one of the DPS jewels with the medium cluster. Put the DPS jewel back in. And the reason why I'm gonna do that is because I want that little extra damage. But I think this will be a pretty good build configuration, stuff like that. It should be able to handle some stuff. The effective hit pool and everything like that is gonna be pretty nice. Things like that. It should still be a very solid build. Let's put it like that, a very solid build. But we got a lot of testing to do. A lot of testing. So the SRS, like I said, the SRS here is going to be that one and this one are going to be really easy. This one is one that we're gonna test on. I want to test it. We need to also make a wand build, and we need to make that wand build and see if it'll function the way we want it to. So you remember I was sitting there and I said I did Herald of Ice. You see those explosions that are happening? That's from the Herald of Ice. Remember I told you it would be a lot better to have Herald of Ice than to try to do Agony? That's the reason why. There we go. Reservations better. So with this, what we got is we gotta kind of go through. Like I said, the assassin build is still gonna be the one I'm gonna play. The first build I'm playing. I think it's still gonna be a valid build. Up this way. There we go. Bling. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kind of go through, clean up the rest of the this pack here. Since we have kind of decided this is gonna be my body lies over the ocean. My body lies over the sea. My body lies over the ocean. So bring back my body to me. I still don't know any reason. I really don't know the history of that song. There we go. Picked up a quiver. Oh, I like that quiver.
Really?
Make it fast. Travel far.
Let's go to 10. That's really an 8, but that's okay. Woohoo!
I am Lu. You are Dream.
So, what we're gonna do, gonna look at. Oh, hold up. What's that lady's name? Ina. Ina's gift. Ina. Quicksilver potion. So, with the ball lightning build that we've been building, I just snapped my back. That actually feels real good. Go this route. Get a little health and evasion. So what we're gonna do is run a few more runs this week, coming up this week, and everything like that. I'm probably not gonna play too much, too heavy, and too hard. The reason why I'm not gonna do too much is because we have to be ready for Friday. We have to get ourselves ready for Friday, so Friday will be like, oh, awesome. You know, that's the thing we got to do.
A few moments later.
With that, we're going to be doing a lot of work. I think I have the configuration I need to be able to move forward with this particular build. It's going to be taking Ethereal Knives all the way up until we can get Power Siphon. Then we'll do Power Siphon until we can get to Act 3. And then inside of the Act 3 configuration, we're going to go ahead and do a cutover. And then do go into and we'll go through the rest of this and everything and make sure that we can get there. But we're going to go through, try to get everything that we need, go to Act 3, pull a heavy run inside of the, what you want to call that place, the lab, until we can get what we actually need. So what I mean by that is we're going to do lab until we get that transfigured gem. We're going to, on average, it's going to take you up to 12 times to get through and get the gem. After you get the gem, then we'll go ahead and we'll say, okay, now we move forward. Now we're going to go ahead and move forward and get into Act 4 and then go ahead and run through. And so we're going to see the timing it takes if we're going to be able to increase our speed, throughput, and everything like that by going and doing that route. Because we are going to be doing certain things to get ourselves where we need. So as it stands, I think that's gonna work. Now let's go back to Act 1.
What little help I can offer. Farewell.
That one is Act. Which act is it? That's Act 3, right? That's where you get ball lightning. It's in Act 3. Oh, let me check. Yes, it's in Act 3. It's a 28. Okay. So we'll be picking up a couple of things inside of Act 3. The first thing we're going to be picking up is pick up the ball lightning, and we're going to put that inside of our back end piece, and we're going to store that. And we're going to continue to just kind of roll through using some of the things that some of the other things that we have. And I think we'll be able to pick up the speed pretty quickly when we pick up our transfigured gem. And then after we get into Act 3, we got to go through Act 3, make it all the way up to 38. And as soon as we get to 38, we'll be able to pick up the thing that we need, which is we're going to need Cast on Crit. So the first selection that we're going to be taking is going to be probably Go for the Gem. Jugular, Knife in the Back. Sorry. Knife in the Back. is probably going to be the first thing we're going to get. And the reason why we're going to do Knife in the Back is because Knife in the Back gives us crit capability. So that at the end of Act 3, I think it is, at the end of Act 3, and we're in into Act 4, and we're going into Act 5, we can start utilizing Cast on Crit. It might not be constant, but we can start utilizing Cast on Crit on a regular basis. And then we'll just move from there, going further and further on. By the time we end all of the acts, we get to Act 10 and we run Act 10, we're going to have the poison and all poisons. So when we hit maps, we will have all poisons, the other things in place, and we should be able to move through maps pretty quickly. And while we're running through maps, we'll be running through maps pretty quickly. I think that is going to be, I think it'll be where we're gonna start to shine. We're gonna start to shine around about maps, clearing the maps and going through the maps. I think that's where we're gonna shine. We're gonna do pretty good. From that point, I don't know exactly where we're gonna be. So one of the things that we're gonna have to remember with the list of the skill gems, see, this is the one thing that we're going to have to remember here. Not here. I don't see it. Oh my gosh. It doesn't show it. This one's not updated. There we go. This is the one. Oh no, they separated. Okay. So this is the thing that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to guarantee. We're going to have to work on a couple of different things. And this is some of the things that we're going to work on. When we are doing the running through, grabbing over and over again, doing the lab, we're going to be doing green gems. The things we're going to, some of the gems that are going to be worth keeping and selling. If we get animated weapon and ranged arms, we're going to have to get that and sell that. We're going to be, Blade Blast of Unloading is actually a good one. We're going to get that and sell that. Their Blink Arrows of Bombarding Clones and Prismatic Clones kind of got, Bama kind of got screwed, but we'll probably grab them just to sell them for anybody who's still going to try. We're going to try, if we get the Cyclone of Tumult, we'll go ahead and get that and sell that. Ethereal Knives of Massacre is a real good one too. We'll try to sell that. We can get Flicker Strike of Power. That's going to be one we're going to keep for ourselves because we want it. Yeah, I still want to do a Flicker Strike of Power build. Then we're going to also be trying to grab and we want to sell this one, Ice Trap of Hollowness. We're going to try to sell Lacerate of Hemorrhage because that's actually a really good one. We want to do this one. We'll sell for a ton of money. Poisonous Concoction of Bouncing. If we can get that during the time frame we do our 12, we get Poisonous Concoction of Bouncing, we take it and we sell it. Sell it for a lot of money. Because people want that. Yeah, now when I say a lot of money, this is going to be the first day of the league. So since it's the first day of the league, What I mean by selling it for a lot of money is we're going to sell it for more than one chaos. Because, you know, depending upon how fast we can get to Act 3, because if we can get to Act 3, and if we can get to Act 3 in an hour and 30 minutes, let's just say hour and 30 minutes, that's actually pretty good. That means people have some chaos. We can sell it for like 2 or 3 chaos, maybe 5 chaos at the max. And rake in that money early. Now that money will not mean anything later on, but early on it'll mean something. And then other ones that we will try to get. This one actually is going to be a pretty good one. And then we got to figure out, so we should try to figure out which ones are the better ones. Because, like, I don't know which one, if a volatile dead of confinement or a volatile dead of seething is the better one, but we need to figure those out. Hyper Strike of the Mamba is actually one of the ones that we will sell at a pretty good price. Because those are still functional, you know, type build pieces. And so we'll just, you know, we'll run through, we'll do green, we'll get the things that we want. We're trying to get the one we want, but we will sell every one of these things as fast as possible for the best money as we can get. And then when we get out, we'll be getting out, we'll be running, because what we're looking for is we're looking for this one. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that one. And the reason why we're looking for that one is we're going to be looking for this one so we can go ahead and get as much poison damage as we can get. So we'll be linking this with when we get to Act 3 and we run through until we get it. We're going to link it with, it's going to be Lancet Steel of Spring, Chance to Poison, and then we're going to add on something else to enhance it. So one of the things that we can enhance it with is going to be greater multiple projectiles. And with greater multiple projectiles, it really doesn't do very much. And you could do less, greater volley, which I think greater volley works out okay as well. But when it comes to your ball lightning, eventually getting the ball lightning, volley isn't as good as having the greater multiple projectile. Let's just work it out that way. And so we'll be going with greater multiple projectiles. So you have those 3. You'll be 3 green. And then we'll add in something else that's going to enhance our damage. Unbound ailments is what I'm what I'm planning on running initially until we can get Act 4 completed. And then when we get Act 4 completed, it becomes lancing. Greater multiple projectiles. So that's 2 green. Cast on crit, which is 3 green. And then after we get cast on crit, we got to figure out what we're going to do for the 4th one. It's going to be unbound, or we're going to do chance to poison. So that'd be a 4 green configuration, or sorry, that'd be a green, cast to crit, green, ball lightning, that's blue. And then what greater multiple projectiles. So green, blue. That's the thing. Green, blue. And then that will be what we use going through the rest of the campaign. And we should be able to go ahead and knock out a pretty good penny of that. We'll be switching out Herald of Ice to Agony. We will also be doing some other things to just kind of get us, and we should be, like I said, we should be able to ramp up our speed and do pretty well. We'll ramp up our speed, move pretty fast. There's a couple of things that we will do that still work, and that's this. I don't know if they specify in here anymore. Virulent stacks. The golden rule. That's something we're going to be corrupting for on a regular basis. Every verdant gem we get, we're going to take that verdant gem, we're going to put a Vol Orb on it. See if we can get that thing going pretty good. Now, there are some things that you got to remember. If you get a cluster ghoul, that's if you so there is some people that actually do what's called a Herald of Agony build, HOA build. Now the Herald of Agony build there are these notables that you would use to get your Herald of Agony up to a good amount of damage. Now there are some other things that I need to figure out if they still have that would enhance it. So damage on full life, that's it. Minion damage. This is a great option just in case you've never actually used it. You put this on and you get a 34% up to 34% increased damage from the Herald. It's a really good thing while you're leveling, kind of helps out and everything like that. Also, another thing that's really good is either Pierce or greater multiple projectiles on the Herald of Agony. And the reason why is the Herald of Agony has this one power where it actually spreads out its attack. And when it spreads, it's like it's already got multiple projectiles. It's like, if you add that in, it will automatically, if you do the mortar, it has multiples. If you do their normal kind of spine attack, it'll do multiples. And it helps in the clear speed. The one thing you got to remember is that these things cost reservation. You will be sacrificing reservation to get the increased damage from him. So you only add one gem. So if it really depends on where you're lacking. If you're lacking on DPS for a single target, go ahead and grab the damage on full. If you're like, hey, I want to run through not maps, but run through the instances a lot better, etc., then I would say get the greater multiple projectiles and tie that to it. And we will test out both of them after we get to that point to help us determine how fast or what we can do to get that extra speed, because that's going to be that is going to make a difference on everything. And it's going to be one of the most important pieces moving forward is getting that one of the most important pieces moving forward is getting that steady damage increasing and getting that steady, I'm getting through the regular instance and everything like that. So with that, like I said, it's one of those, we can get it, we can do it. We've already gotten through this piece. We're level what? We're level 18. This says level 19 because we get that free book. This is level 18 though, and we're gonna go ahead and get the rest of this Act 2 done. And when we get the rest of Act 2 done, we're just gonna move on into Act 3. We're gonna get the documentation for Act 3 completed, and I think where we're going to stop documenting is at Act 4. at Act 4, it's going to be use these gems till the end, or better gems at the end. So we're going to stop documenting what to get in the acts. So Act 1, you get these things. Act 2, you do these things. Act 3, you do these things. Act 4, you do these things. There's nothing else needed to be done. You're going to have a 4 link. And that 4 link is, as we said, the 4 link is going to be Lancing Steel of Spraying, chance to cast on crit, Ball Lightning, and then greater multiple projectiles. And then we're just going to go running through the rest of the map. And we're going to run through the rest of the map, do what we need to do, get to the end game, get to the end game. As soon as we get to the end game, we will do a mapping configuration. So that will be, this is what you do to map. These are the configurations that you want. This is how we're going to do for mapping. And then you're going to do mapping until you can get the things that you're eating to be able to move forward. And that's pretty much what we got to do. We got to get this all done before Tuesday or Wednesday, because what I want to do is on Tuesday or Wednesday, stop playing. Maybe get on, do some XCOM, do some Mordheim, and we could do some Mordheim, some XCOM. We can actually try to be like, hey guys, where do y'all think we should go? What should we do? Just kind of do some things, because it's a situation of we need to rest. We're going to need to rest before the new league starts, because we're going to get burnout, is what I call it. We're going to get burnout because we're sitting there and we're trying so hard to get all these things in place and get these things working in a certain way. And we hit that burnout. And then it's like, oh, league started. It's like, I done played this character at least 4 or 5 times already. I got to take him all the way back up the doggone maps again. Oh my gosh, this is so terrible. And we don't want that. We want to get that. It's exciting. Let's do this. And we want that. So taking a break, playing some other game, relaxing and doing those type of things is going to help out. We might actually just go, hey, we're not going to play from Tuesday on, and it's just nothing but let's see what we can, what we can do, create builds, talk about builds. We've been doing it already in the prep room, but we're going to go ahead and we'll go full on POB ninja. We'll be a POE warrior, and we're going to go in there and be like, hey, this is how we're going to make this, and it's going to be so good. We can start doing that. And then after we do that, we can just keep moving. I mean, that's pretty much what's going to happen. Now, this is one of the so I know that I always do these things where it's like 302. This is what happened in 3.2. This is what happened in 3.3, 3.23, 3.25, 3.26, and 3.27. What I am thinking is changing how I do my organization for my POBs. So what I'm thinking is changing and doing shadow. Create a shadow folder. Oh, sorry. Create a Templar folder. Create a, why did I keep hitting new? Good gosh. Create a witch folder. And then, instead of having these like this, because right now, doing them that way, what I can do is I can go, hey, rename this 3.27. And put that in the shadow folder. Put this in the Templar folder. And the reason why I'm thinking that is that way I don't have to so like right now I go through and I go, okay, let me go find builds, and I'm going back to the different folders for the leagues and trying to find a particular build. But in all actuality, what I could do is just go to the one folder just go to the one folder. Just all my Templar builds and every version of my Templar build will be in that one folder. So I'm thinking about organizing my stuff in that fashion, so I don't have to keep jumping back between when did I do that build? Did I do that build in 3.27? Did I do that build in 3.26? Did I do that build in, you know, in whatever? You know, I can just sit there and say, oh, I know where this build is. And then I could also do the following. So by having these builds like this, I can also do this, say new folder. I can keep all my failed builds together. So if it's a failed Templar build, it goes into here. I don't have to sit there and be like, oh, let me go out here to builds and look for testing and grab the stuff in testing and be like, okay, this one failed because of this or whatever. I mean, I can actually just kind of identify things a lot easier because I'm getting, now this is the funny thing. This is after I lost my computer. All these builds that you see right here is after I lost my computer. I see chat. Name. Battle base gear. Did you check your sock drawer? Yes, Erlene, I have a lot of builds, dude. I destroyed so. I look. This is 3.22, 3.23, 3.24. These are all builds that I either played or tried. 3.26. These are the builds that I tested in 3.26 that failed. This is going to be 3.27. And then I was like, I've already looked at these builds and I was like, this isn't going to work, you know? And so I was like, this isn't going to work. This one isn't going to work. Not the way that I want it to. This one's not going to work. So I was like, you know, let me go ahead and start kind of putting things a little bit differently. You know what I mean? I did. Oh, did I misspell shadow on that one? I did. Oh my gosh, I didn't see it. Fat fingers, people. Fat fingers. Thank you, Sarah Lee. I would have found it eventually and been mad, but you know, hey. So this is this. I think I think this will be a better way of doing it. Shadow, Templar, Witch, and just kind of take all these builds that I have and just kind of throw them out there and be like, these go into. Guardian, so that goes on the Templar. This Shadow. This one is a champion. That's a duelist. Oh, hold up. I don't have a duelist folder. Now I have a duelist folder, and I can put that in the duelist. This is Boomstick. That means it got to be a shadow. Chains of Command got to be Templar. Shadow. Templar. Shadow. Templar. See? Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that's going to be a better route. We'll get there, people. We'll get there. It's time to go, guys. Time for everybody to understand. It's time for me to get on off here. I'm gonna still do my cleanup here. I'm gonna try to do finish documenting. I want to try to finish documenting today. If I finish documenting today, then I can go ahead and tomorrow what I can do is I can just run through the build as I see it in Act 1, 2, and 3. See what speed we can get going through. I think it'll work the way I want it to. We will get a little bit further than what I further. But yeah, I think we can do it. Cast on Kit Ball Lightning. Okay. Yeah. All right. So talk to you guys later. Peace out. And I hope this helps you in your quest. Oh, well, okay. Gee whiz. Pre-roll. Hey, those that are subscribed. Ultimate power. If not, then y'all gonna see me end on an ad. I'm out.